good morning. Yeah, everything seems to be okay. Wow, it's a non-farm morning. Hold on. Welcome to my virtual stream. Geez, I'm still sleepy, I guess. Welcome to my virtual trading journal. The idea here is that everything, I realize the importance of streaming and of journaling, but I don't multitask well. So I capture everything on my screens here, and then my voiceover gives insight as to what I was thinking, and I can focus on trading. In addition, it provides ultimate transparency and accountability because no trades are taken off stream. That's why I started this morning at 8 o'clock every morning with the pre-market and trade through 1500 every day. And then I'm starting to do a ETH stream in the evenings for a short stream during slow markets. Yeah, I'm not monetized for this in any way at this point, so any likes, subscribes, lets that algorithm know. It would be nice to get a group of people in here. That would be great, you know, for some interaction and feedback. This is not for financial or trade advice. There's a description in the a disclaimer in the description here. And any times that I refer to are Central Standard Time or that you see on my charts. So I think I've butchered that intro pretty much badly there. So let's get on. I'm busy looking at stuff and I woke up late. Well, here we are. This is the non-farm payroll report at 7:30. Now, the significance of this is this right over here. This is the all-time high of the ES mini corrected or adjusted contract. So we've put in a new all-time high in the instrument on a shortened holiday, abbreviated holiday day, and in the overnight period. So this will undoubtedly be a volatile, shortened period of trade this morning. I typically scrub the holidays out, and I will, will scrub tomorrow for sure, depending on what will happen today. We'll see. So that's the only number that's really significant here. Of course, there's a million different important things that have popped out. The non-farm payroll is 147. Actual previous is 139, and forecast was 109. So that's a pretty hot non-farm payroll. There we are. Okay, and let's get on to the pre-market here quickly. So here we are. This is the ES, NQ, and the ES micro composite, ES market profile. You see that our percent change is green across the board pretty much, except for gold and the SPX so far this morning. There wasn't enough volume to really push this, just this spike right here on the non-farm. It wasn't enough to get several Rincos out, but it is significant because our previous all-time high was at 75, or I'm sorry, at 87. So we're 10 handles over the previous all-time high. Okay. Let's see here now. I also track the micros and they would look, that's what we've got for them at the moment. Yeah. So obviously I would be expecting a couple of things this morning. First of all, there'd be some, I would suppose, some profit taking off of this open. We're going to be opening higher out of range. And I'll discuss how those open types work in a minute. And here we have the micro composite for the ES. And there you see the all-time high that ever was right there, corrected contract. And here we are trading above that now. The market goes down to go up and goes up to go down. The way this micro composite works is very simple. It's the RTH sessions only and daily bars. Wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them, including those days, and by so doing, it generates a micro composite VPOC, high, low, etc., and high and low volume nodes for the volume profile itself of that micro composite. Those high and low volume nodes are pushed automatically to Bookmap, as are the session prices. And in Bookmap, we have the micro composite column. Here's the previous all-time high, and here we are at the overnight high. This was the previous session high, or micro composite high, and then we have naked volume points of control. When these levels are revisited and no longer active, I changed the text to black, so this was just taken out yesterday. This is the high and low volume node column, which is, let's see if we see one. Come on. There we go. They'll appear like this, red for low volume node and green for high volume node. These are pushed automatically by Bookmap, or to Bookmap from IRT. This is the full session volume profile, which started plotting at 1700 last night. And this is the RTH volume profile, which will reset this morning at 8:30. Supposedly automatic, and it seems like lately I've been having to do it myself, so I'm not sure what's up with that, but I'm not happy about it. This is my notes column, which is pretty important for the way I do things. And the first thing I do every morning is change the title of the column to the open type for the day. So we are going to be higher out of range. There's only 4 open types, and I'll go over with them right now. The way you determine those is real simple. If we opened today, right now, it would be right here. Here's where price is, so that would be our open. The open of today's RTH session as it compares to the previous RTH session close, which is right here, and the previous RTH session range, which is over here. I was going to show you the previous RTH high, which is right there, I think. There you go. So we are higher than the close, and we're out of range. Higher out of range. Simple. Now, what that does is it determines which of the statistics will apply to the relative session prices, which are here and pushed by Bookmap to Bookmap from IRT. None of these levels are anything daunting. They're all straightforward and logical. The POCs, there's no indicators, by the way, on my charts or my Bookmap. There is a VWAP for both Globex and RTH, volume weighted average price. There is a POC for both. And the POC is nothing more than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. That's all there is to it. There is also a mid, which is right here for the RTH session. And there is a, let's see if we can see one, the IB high or low, which is buried underneath here. Let's do this differently. Let's go like this. There's the IB high and low, and they they just represent the high or low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's all. It's an old acronym from the market profile days, meaning initial balance, but it's just the high and low of the first hour of the RTH session. That's all. And that's it for the lines. The gradations here in the heat map reflect resting liquidity. Here's 365 contracts, and there you see the liquidity resting in the book. There we go. Now, I would suspect we're going to have responsive selling to take profit, and then it's going to turn around and continue on because the RTH traders very, very, very seldom sit still if the ETH people make a new high or low, and especially a new all-time high. So there you go. Let's look at the statistics now, and that's very simple. Excuse me for my frog in my throat there. This is my statistics study in IRT. There are only 4 types, as I said, and we're looking to open higher out of range now. This study is real straightforward. It looks back at 2,000 days. Call me a liar for a day. Of these 2,000 days, we opened higher out of range 512 of them. Of these 512 days where we opened higher out of range, we revisited these prices, these number of times, and these percentages. So the overnight point of control is typically always the highest. We revisited that 80.5% of the time. Overnight volume point of control. And there you are. Now, I will go down the list. One other thing, IRT, after we open, IRT will highlight like this, like it has here in blue, the appropriate open for the day, but we're not open yet, so it hasn't changed. This is from yesterday, okay? Now I will simply go down the list. The next one in order will be the overnight high, and that's 77.7. So let's jump back over here. You see where I entered the overnight volume point of control, and the overnight high is 77.7. Boom. And what does that suggest to you? That what I just said earlier in the pre-market, that I would expect some responsive selling at the open for profit taking, and then I would expect them to go higher because the RTH traders very seldom allow ETH to leave set records, and that is the second highest probability in a higher outer range is right there, meaning that would set a new all-time high and take the record back from the overnight people. That's overnight traders. So there you go. Now I'll just continue to go down the list here. What do we have? The IB high, that's a good one to do next. Wow. That's 68.2. That's an interesting percentage. Okay, and if I remember correctly, the IB high is way down here, right? So that's 68.2. And something that I need to do for that is put in the initials like that, because remember, by definition, when we open the RTH session, this is going to move and start tracking the high of the new trading session. So if I want to remember what that statistic means, I better put that in there. Then we have the previous high, which is 64.5%, and that's right there. Oop, that was a big miss there, wasn't it? I'm trying to get down to these bottom ones before we get away from them. 63.9 is the overnight mid, and that is right. Well, let's get back to the overnight mid is lurking around here somewhere, buried underneath of somebody, I suppose. And I don't see it. Moving on. The IB low, I'm not going to worry about. The previous close is 46.5. That one I know is here. All right, so there we go. Now, where the hell did the overnight mid go? It's under something. And I would like to put that on there. Typically, it's a fairly high statistic. But I don't see it at the moment. So now, one other thing that's important to notice, I guess, is that this naked volume point of control flag here, I put in last night at 1600 after the market was closed and before the ETH opened. And what this represents is the location of yesterday's RTH volume point of control at the close. So by definition, this is the naked volume point of control from an RTH, from the most recent RTH auction. And that's why that's there. And you'll notice it's just tick above settlement. Okay, that's going to do that for now until I think of something else. Now that I'm starting to wake up, it's dangerous here. All right. The next thing that's important to do with IRT and Bookmap is to be able to trade, I guess. So you have to activate the trade control panel, which is done with this button right here. And you choose which method you will use to interact with the application and trade with your mouse. If you select chart, you can only trade with the mouse in this active live data column. If you use DOM, the only place you can trade with the mouse is in the DOM columns. And both, of course, is both. And I am now converting myself, or trying to trade only with the mouse. I have the hotkeys set up on my keyboard and have for years. But I've noticed with Bookmap that it seems to be more expeditious and more precise with entries to use your mouse. So that's what I'm trying to do. One word about the hotkeys: they work in all three selections, chart, DOM, or both. And the only thing that you have to remember is you must have the focus of the computer must be on the application here of Bookmap in order for the hotkeys to work, which is completely normal. And, that's a completely normal behavior in both, in any operating, well, I don't know about Linux, but in any operating system, you've got to have the focus over here. Obviously, when you trade with your mouse, the focus is there. So that's why it works. But if I were doing something with my mouse and had the focus of the computer on IRT, on one of my IRT screens or charts, and then saw something on Bookmap and tried to use my keyboard, wouldn't work. It would be affecting whatever I had selected in IRT. So there you are. That is that. Now, the next thing I need to do is I trade with and use multi-brackets right here. And I use a risk-neutral trade management system, and that works like this. Each package must have, you can have any number of contracts you want to have, but they need to be in even numbers. The stop for the entire package is at one location. In this case, I've selected 12 ticks. You can select the stop size by ATR, however you use it, do your homework to optimize your stop placement for the volatility, ATR, harmonic rotations, whatever it is you use. And then the first risk neutral scale is at the same stop distance, the same number of ticks as is the stop, obviously in the positive direction, and for half of the package. Then the runner or runners is for the balance of the package. The idea is that the minute you have achieved the first risk neutral scale, the worst that can possibly happen to you in the trade is a scratch, which eliminates all all those psychological things, especially prevalent in newer traders. And here's a 4 lot. 4 lots, same stop, half the package, same stop, and then the runners. Very simple. High volatility, same idea, just a stop change. So that is that. I also then do the multi-account thing here so that this copies to these other 4 accounts. That's just a function of what I'm doing. Now, by the way, this is a TopStep evaluation or a combine or whatever you want to call it account. And as I said in the pre-market, there's no trades taken off the stream here. And this accounts, plural now. And the idea is that we'll go from the beginning of the combine through, funding and live trading. It will be, in other words, it will record the entire, be a record of my entire journey here in this situation. So that pretty much takes care of that. We have another thing I do is after I have selected the proper risk neutral package, I confirm the amount of contracts here. Then I click the button again, and it stays green, padlock stays open, but I get my real estate back. And since I'm able to set the profit and loss and those kind of things to ticks rather than dollars, I have this active so that I can see any of these, all of these in a trade, whatever, and it's in ticks, not dollars, because I don't believe you should trade or watch your P&L. Okay, we're going to open here in a few minutes. And the next order of business would be the T-Lab. And what is the T-Lab? Well, it is a Bookmap Discord chat room called the Trader's Lab. And it is started by a guy named Tom. Whoop, what happened here? Why is that not working? Damn it. Tom B. Damn it. This is why I stream and don't. Yeah, there we go. Journal. See how well I multitask. Now, hold on a second here. As you can tell, I can't do them. That's why. Now, anyway, so back to what I was saying. What I do is every day I post twice. I used to contribute a lot in there, but I don't so much anymore because a lot of new people are there and they post a lot of stuff. I usually post the numbers every morning about 6, and then I post a screenshot that I do every day at about 8:20, and that screenshot looks like this. And it gives everybody an opportunity to have as many numbers as they could ever possibly hope to have, I think. And so those are the two things I do. Now, the T-Lab is as I said, the Bookmap Discord chat room, and it's started by a guy named Tom B. And he is a professional trader, having been doing this for 46 years. He doesn't trade live, nor does he call trades. I'm talking about on the stream or in the Discord. So, but I've been in and around there for a couple of years at least, and I'm quite certain, and I very definitely believe that he is the real deal. And one of the reasons for that is, and one of the reasons that I stuck there originally, nothing is for sale, nor are you ever solicited for anything ever, including Bookmap. They don't even require you to be a subscriber to Bookmap to participate. So think about that for a minute. That's pretty cool. Obviously, it's their marketing platform or a marketing platform, but they don't solicit you to subscribe. Now, whether that's something Tom's worked out with them particularly, or it happens in their other Discord rooms, I don't know. But I have not been to any of the other Discord rooms on the Bookmap Discord channel, except for 2 others, and they were just typical. The guy was trying to sell something, the third word out of their mouth. So, that's fine. And if that's what Bookmap wants to support, that's fine too. But I'm not interested in that. So I only endorse the Traders Lab by Tom B. and another one called Static, which is private. And that's started and run by a guy who is a member in the Traders Lab named Rod. Extremely good trader and coder, and he's coded up a application and whatnot. So that's another nice thing about the T-Lab is it is a good. The group changes a lot, obviously, and right now it's getting kind of random. But it's typically a bunch of good. There's a good core group of serious traders who are trying to treat this trading as a business, not a video game, and it's not like Romper Room in there and stuff. So. There you go. And we're going to open here in 2 minutes. So I'm going to see what the hell I've forgotten to do or say or whatever. Anyway, welcome to the stream. And when you're passing through, click, say, and drop something in the chat so I can say hello and know you're around. Hit the thumbs up and help the channel out with a subscription would be great. It would be nice to get a good crew. Good crew going on in here. Right now, we've got a couple of folks that are regulars, Antonio and Richard. They'll be joining here before too long. Kind of around the world. So it's as I said, hey, Antonio, morning. Ooh, you got your little purple guy on there, Mr. Number One. That is definitely a YouTube thing. Those crowns, and if you are the first and the most active poster in the chat, then you get the crowns are numbered, and something happens after you get to 50, and I don't know. I tried to look it up, and it seems I don't see a way to close it off, and so what, But anyway, it's a YouTube thing, so nothing I did. Good morning, and typically I would scrub this day, as you know, Antonio. We're going to open here in 30 seconds. So let's see if I've got everything done. Here's our non-farm payroll. There's our levels. We put in a new all-time high in the ETH. The previous was 62.87, and we're up here at about 10 handles higher. So that's, I'm pretty sure, going to be addressed by the RTH people. That would be my guess. Guess, whatever. I'm anticipating response. There we go. I'm anticipating responsive. Son of a bitch still will not. Still will not reset automatically. And someone else chimed in, whose name has evaded me, sorry to say, that he discovered on his machine it was a difference in the sync, the time sync between the computer and the atomic clock time server, and that fixed it for him. I did that, and it didn't seem to work. Now look at this bullshit. What's going on here? Why is it doing that? We were down here. Jesus. Crazy. That's irritating, but. So there we go. They immediately put in a new all-time high. Show you guys who's boss. And now I would suspect, since they've kissed Trump's ass appropriately with how wonderful the market and the economy is, and then they'll suddenly want to take some profit, would be my guess. But, my guess has been pretty far off. Yesterday was quite a nice trading day. I didn't manage my trade very well. I got chicken and moved up, and at no point was either my entry nor my stop ever threatened by any heat. And I would have had my complete package plus another 10 points. Rod did, Harry did, several others there didn't managed properly and had fantastic days. I'm not complaining, but, would have been nice to have, would have been nice. And that was strictly my paranoia. So there's that. Here we are, new all-time high. Oh, aren't we excited? 6,300. Ooh, and a new high, big century figure high. Wow. I would, I'm going to be watching this. Really light volume. We're only 62. What are we at? 160,000 contracts at this moment in time. I'm trying to get my screens reset here so that the value area low and all that stuff is in the right spots. Okay. Been trying to figure out a way to do this. Well, today wouldn't be the way they... I guess it would have been, actually. I was going to say opening swing trade. Yeah. If you took the long on the opening swing trade, you're feeling pretty cool about life, I guess. This doesn't look exactly right here to me. Looks like we got some craziness. I'm going to do the data download and see what happens. So here we are. Opening high, IB high at all-time new, everything fantastic. Let's go, let's go, let's go. The world is great. Let's feed everybody to the alligators, and that isn't white. That seems to be the new mantra of America, which is just too weird for words. Yeah. I don't know what's happening now. My screens look pretty weird here. So here's yesterday's session and gap up and today. So we're in gap reversals big time. Whether they will have anything to do with this euphoric situation or not, I kind of doubt it. But, gap rules are that if we trade relatively higher. Wait a minute here. Let me stop and engage brain before starting mouth. That's one of my checklists. Okay. If in a gap situation, there are two ways you can go, right? You can either try to close the gap or you can gap and go and not try to close the gap. That's pretty obvious. It's kind of like the market. It's a binary event. It can go up or down. Time is what we put on it. If you're new and just passing through, smack the like and the subscribe would help the channel out. Drop something in the chat so we know who's around or who isn't. I noticed a lot of action here lately, and I'd be curious to know. That's great. I'd be curious to know what's happening. So what I was saying was, in gap rules, it says that if you close the gap relatively higher in the RTH session, and you're accepted in value, there's a high probability in the high 90s that you will trade across that value to the other side. If you don't, or you're rejected out of range and value, then highly likely you will trade in the direction of the gap. And guess what? Here's Antonio's favorite mean VPOC migrations and going up like a rocket. There's 99 and we're over 64, so 6,000 and 63,004. I remember very distinctly when nobody thought it was going to get above 3. And trying to make sure everything's working right here. Looks a little goofy with these IB lines. Typically, I would have scrubbed today. It's a half a day, if I'm not mistaken. And I haven't really, apart from the non-farm payroll, which was the main reason I wanted to be here, and that's this extravaganza right over here, because I was relatively sure that if it weren't just a dismal miss, they were going to get above the all-time high, and then we were going to have exactly what we're having now. And I should have been engaged with it and am not. So here we go with our, and here's our gap up to today. I'm downloading the data again. That's how it works. Okay, and where's our open? That's right there, isn't it? Okay, so we're going to do this now because this is correct. We have a MC gap high at 07. Oh, what am I doing? 040725. I do the dates in my opinion, the correct way, day, month, and year, as opposed to I also, anyway, I also use Fahrenheit and kilometers when I can, so, I mean centigrade, so, I figure I'm not a subscriber to everybody in the band's out of step but me, or I try not to be, so, and I've lived out of the country a long time, so, makes sense to me. And now what I want to have is, you'll notice down here that we had this, the MC high from the 2nd was also the MC high yesterday from the 3rd. There's the previous RTH high. And so by definition, This is going to be I'm going to change this to gap high or gap low. I'm sorry. Gap low, and that's the third. If you see what I'm doing here. There we go. So the gap low is yesterday's high, RTH high. First of all, let me explain that. I do gaps, in my opinion, are RTH session range. From the high of yesterday to the open of today is a gap, in my opinion. If we close the gap, then we do. If we don't, well, then that too. But you understand. That's how I do it. Some people do close and open. Some people do settlement. Shoot your best shot, And I hope that our friend Antonio has taken these migrating VWAPs or VPOCs up here, and it's just made money hand over fist. And here we go. New high, new high, new high. So whoever, drop something in the chat to say hello. Smack the thumbs up and subscribed if you could. That would be a big help to the channel and get that out. Apparently the algorithm is looking at newer stuff. I don't know. I saw something last night of somebody was with the stream was going, "Boy, I don't know what happened, but the last couple of weeks has been phenomenal. Thanks a lot." So, I thought I'd try to fill in there a little bit also. This is my virtual journal, but it's nice to have people to talk to. Oh, cool. Well, there you go. Very nice. I guess. This one here, we're talking about now, Antonio? VWAP, what Antonio just mentioned in the chat here is a structured trade from the T-Lab, and yeah, I see that. And what it is it's a VWAP to VPOC, and here he's going to be scaled in a minute, and rolling in dough. He's going to be doing the Kisamba this afternoon with the little Muninas. Get up there now. Get that boy scaled. What kind of people are you? I'm assuming he got in around 01, and so we need to get it. That's not a good plan there. We don't need to have that happen. But typically when there's a move like that, it'll go back to price check at aisle 3. So let's see how that works out. Excuse me. Woke up late, stumbling around. Come on, goddamn. What's going on here? I think everything's tired over here on my side. Yesterday was pretty disappointing to me. There you go. There you go. All right. Now Antonio's scaled, so it's just, helmet and put your feet up, and there you go. Wind up that music, and away you're all set. Sagres, the beer of choice in Angola. Boy, was that some skank, but it did the trick, I'll tell you. Here we go. Looking for a new all-time high and a new everything up here for Antonio, and that's great. There you go. Cool. Fingers crossed, my brother. Now you can imagine that there's going to be a stop or two up here, so we're probably going to get a pop, would be my guess, because there's, no matter how high or how strong the market goes, there's always that faction of people that are trying to pick the top and call the high and do all those things. Here he goes. Bam. Cool. And we've now had the full session volume profile migrate up to, and they're both aligned now. This is the full session or the Globex volume profile, not the ETH. So this continues to plot through 1600 a day. There you go. Oh, nice. Nice, Antonio. Good man. Congratulations. That's great. And you just got that IB. So there you go, my brother. To the main full. All right. Now what have I forgotten to do? Something probably. Looking backwards here at, let's see what the news has got to say. Well, we also had the PMI at 845. So that's non-farm. Is that right? Huh. I'm all off kilter here today. So here's today, all right? So there is the non-farm payroll somewhere around here. Right there. Where the hell is this? Here we go, way down here. Yeah, 845, the PMIs. And then factory orders, and then the ISM PMI at the top of the hour, I'm guessing. So this is another big one. And then the rig count. Everything's goofy because of the holiday tomorrow. Cool. All righty. Where am I? There we go. Well, here we are, fast approaching the expected move, which I put in. I put these in every night, just at the ETH open. And you can go back and look at the stream, and this is based on the options implied volatility, options chain implied volatility. Very nice move. Down here someplace. 62, 67s. That's great. Okay. I haven't done anything I'm supposed to do yet, I guess. Try to keep my workflow consistent, even though my brain is often not consistent. Mark the session opens with his blue line now so that I can kind of I try to keep the entire session on the screen, on the book map, until I'm ready to zoom in and try to, for example, if one of my vetted trades, my IB higher, IB continuation or failure, or in the case of a vetted trade, which is not one of my more, I don't have a lot of data on it, and Antonio's VWAP to VPOC trade, which is a structured trade from the T-Lab. If you go back to that part of the pre-market. You know who the T-Lab is. And then I would zoom in and look for the trigger. And boy, this baby's on steroids, man. Congratulations. I hope you're got your spurs on and you're just riding around. That's great. Really great. No inkling to close that gap, which is to be expected today, I think, in honor of all the other craziness going on around here today in America. And tomorrow's the 4th of July. That could be the last Independence Day we have if we're not careful. And unfortunately, there's nothing I can do about that except try to figure a way out. What have we got else to see or say? I don't know. Okay. Final release. Okay, that's something new. So let's just see what we got going on here now. Go away. That's the PMI number. That's doing that. So yeah, okay. I'm so happy for you. Aggregate the hell out of things. I don't care. I build my own trading machines and always have. And this one I built thinking I was getting the latest and greatest technology using an Intel, an Intel i9. Previously, I'd used Ryzen. I think I screwed up because it ought to have more horsepower than it would ever need in a million years, and I'm always getting this bullshit from Bookmap or BS. I'm sorry, from Bookmap or a lagging in IRT or something like that. And there should be absolutely no reason for it. Here's a 5-minute TopStep X version. Here's where we closed out. Here's our open. This was the non-farm or the non-farm payroll. Now this is a continuous ETA. This is ETH and this is RTH. So it doesn't show you the gap over here. Here's the gap from the close to the open. And I can't do that, but I've kind of gotten used to being able to see the comparison of one range to the other. Just trying to see whether this... I heard something pretty interesting about TopStep, actually, that I sort of hesitate to say because I don't know if it's the truth. Good for you, man. I hope you had like 100 of them on and now you're down to one. I heard that TopStep is moving away from prop completely. The idea being they're going to convert into being a brokerage like Edge Clear or, all of that crap. Now, which is, obviously nothing anybody, especially me, could do about that. But the thing that I heard that was kind of surprising is, and you may know this, I don't know. If you sign up for an evaluation now, you have to use TopStep X. They are offering no other platforms or data feeds like we use Rhythmic now and whatever else. I don't know whether that's the truth or not, but I heard that last night actually on a stream. I bumped by a stream that was kind of interesting to hear. This guy's had sort of a fresh approach and kind of a down to earth one, and he is trading TopStep with the reason I was interested, he was using Quant Tower and had their version of the bookmap thing up, and I was kind of seeing what that looked like, because I never did get that to work right with the when I did the demo. And he said that. He said, there's a big change afoot, and I don't know his name or even the name of the stream, to be honest with you. But I'm going to look into that. And money talks and bullshit walks, right? Or however you say that. So if you're passing through the stream, smack the thumbs up, subscribe if you could. That'd be pretty cool. Support the stream. You don't have to pay anything. How much does a click cost, right? Most importantly, drop something in the chat. Say hello or whatever else. So out of curiosity, it's interesting to watch the dynamics here. Well, okay, let's go around the horn. Here we are. This is the mini now. There's a non-farm pop, and here's our open. And there we go up. We've traded across the expected move by 4 handles. There was the downside expected move. These go in the charts at 1700, the open of the extended or the ETH session every day. The session prices are pushed automatically by IRT to Bookmap and are here, obviously. And if these session prices would be useful pushed in real time, I'm happy to share them. You can put them in IRT in the cloud or in Bookmap in the cloud notes as they are here on mine. And you can have these prices. I share them with lots of people I guess they still use them in the T-Lab. I never know who's using them, who's not. There's kind of, that link kind of goes around over there. Well, I'm happy to do that. Just put something in the chat or we'll figure out a way to do it. Look at Mr. Oh, I'm on the VWAP to VPOC guy over here. What are you up to now? Wow, 15 handles. Good man. I hope that runner is getting a nosebleed. It's getting so high. That's great. And here is the micro. Same story. So we're still putting in that something's wrong here. What the hell is going on? What happened to where'd today go? Yeah, this market profile is all wackadoodle over here. Oh, I know why this is doing this. I put a holiday in for today. I was thinking last night, I need to take that out. Oh man. The market profile charting in IRT is a different breed of cat than the rest of the charting. It's a different code and stuff, so I forget that sometimes. Wow, look at her go. I'm sure there's lots of people making money today over there in the T-Lab and Static and whatever else. And that's great. Completely great. Let's see what's going on around the horn here. Excuse me. Okay. Well, up we go. Up we go. Fantastic. I hope you're still riding this thing, Antonio. Now you're starting to piss me off. Now I'm making all this money on the dang end of the 1st of July. 3rd of July. What is the day? I don't even know that part. There we go. A great trade, Antonio. Yeah, there's so many different sides of that coin. They're just talking. I just happened to go through the chat rooms here. I was just looking at the T Lab. They're having a big discussion about that. All the new brooms in there, names I don't even recognize, a lot of them, except Alan M, whatever. Know him, and of course Tom. But everybody else is somebody I don't know. NH Partners, Sharif, Marcel, Sniper Trader. Funny how that place changes, but they're going on and on about about that. And there's two sides of the coin, right? I never met anybody that went broke taking profit. And if you've got the ones that speak the loudest about that, about holding for your targets and not moving your stops and all that kind of stuff, are the ones with the larger accounts. Tom, Rod, those guys. And I appreciate that point of view. But I think sometimes they forget the different scale that they're operating in. And if you absolutely have done what we preach, which is vet your trades, vet your setups, and rely on the law of large numbers, yeah, don't do that. Yesterday, I did that, and it cost me a lot of money. I moved my stop from the bracket position to... Hi, Panda. Hold on a minute. Well, I don't think this gives away any. Here you go. God damn it. Yeah. Here was that trade I did yesterday. Okay. Long on the big V bottom. Sorry about the perspective here. And there's the risk neutral scale. Here was the bracket stop. Here was the entry. I got spooked and moved my stop up here to my target, not wanting to lose that on all of those those accounts and the contracts. But I want to point out what the point of the conversation here is. At no point was the stop ever remotely in jeopardy, nor was the entry ever remotely in jeopardy. And here's where it went. Here was my target. Here's where I took my profit, and here was my original target on my T2. So yeah, I don't know that there's a problem moving it from stop to break even once you've gotten your first scale off, but more than that. And then comes the question, okay, so how do you manage the trade? Even Tom says, well, I don't let the stops come back in my face. I manage my trades. And he says that on one side of the coin, and then on another side here, he's, oh, but yeah, don't move your stops, don't do this, don't do that. You know what I mean? It's everybody's the same. He's human just like everybody else. So how do you manage the trade? I mismanaged here by coming from, I should have left it at break even where I had it at the entry. Would have never been touched. And of course, this is one trade, one example. I'm starting to look like an internet guru now, pointing out, the one example that works, but that's it. So how do you manage the trade? I suppose someone would say the way to manage would be the VPOC migrations. The other way that Thomas mentioned way more than once is swing lows. Hey, Panda. Yeah, I'm sorry I'm not paying attention to you. Anyway, so I'll put the soapbox back now, and I don't know. Look at us go. Another VPOC migration. Ooh, baby. Now, this is where I would This is where FOMO will bite me in the ass. I'll say, oh, okay, I'm going to do this one now. And then all of a sudden it's going to come back. And, at this point in the game, the IB is not set yet. Got 15 more minutes. So okay. Now, boy, there's a whole crowd of new folks in there. Well, Garrett tried yeah. Garrett was late or was early to the party, and you picked it up with your with your VPOC or VWAP to VPOC, and he quickly recovered. Here you go. This is a screen snap from Garrett in static. He got stopped out here, and then quickly recovered on the VWAP to VPOC that you took, and took it up to here, and he's off to work. Very nice. Very nice. Holiday exception, so this is not good. I'm not sure what the hell's going on with that, frankly. Yeah. Very nice. That was a quick recovery on Garrett's part. That's a really, really good idea. I should have listened to you, Antonio, and jumped on there too. I was a little groggy this morning here. I got up late, and I don't like that. And now I'm trying to figure out why the damn market profile not working right. It's got to do with the holiday, I'm relatively sure. And I'm debating whether I'm going to scrub today or not. With the all-time highs in there, this half-day crap, I don't know. Screws up all my everything. And I am pretty sure that I'm correct that the market is definitely closing at noon. I was thinking today was a short day, but it's according to this, it's closing at 1600 just as normal. I don't know what the hell's the matter with me. I was thinking it closed. I thought it was different than. I thought I saw this differently. Well, okay, good. I'll go back over here and take out that holiday for the 3rd, and hopefully that will bring life back to normal. The holiday exceptions are like this. Yeah, I know. When did I start these things? 2013, 2012. 2011. 2010. Okay. Okay. Independence Day. What happened here? There we go. I'm going to get rid of the 3rd. All right. Do a quick restart. See if that changes things around. Very nice day. We're approaching that IB statistic. And boy, there was that big pile of liquidity, 300 plus, that I spoke about in the pre-market, up to that big magnet. I was thinking it. I thought so too. Equities, yeah, there we go. Yeah, I was looking at the wrong one. I was looking at energies. That's what I thought. And that, I don't know what I'm going to do with. I don't know what I'm going to do with my charting now. Yeah, boy, I am. Good thing I'm not trading. Eyes are killing me, bothering me like crazy, and I'm okay. So I am going to just have to give this a thought, what to do. Yeah, so there we are. Yeah, I'm gonna have to give this a little thought here. I've always scrubbed half-day holidays, but with all-time highs and all of this exuberance, I guess I'm gonna have to leave it in there. I don't know what'll happen there, but I've got the next 3 days, 3 days to figure it out. So anyway, there we go. There we go. So we'll do the old save-a-rooney here. Well, our IB statistic is in play, and here we are with the VPOC 3 handles below the IB and another VPOC migration higher. So do I take this long and realize that I'm late to the party? Come on, man. It's a half day. It's 9:30. What the hell? What to think, huh? Price check at aisle 3, and then the IB statistic. I would say the chances of taking the IB low are slim and none, in my opinion, even as though, I mean, I realize that it is statistically it's a probability, but well, I guess the IB the stat is good. I don't think it's got enough legs here. There's that price check at aisle 3. Now there's room enough to go to the IB statistic. But given the euphoria of the day, frankly, I don't know what to do. You kind of got to think that at some point in time, somebody's going to want to take profit and get out. How many people are going to want to go into the long weekend with the ever-present, oh, crazy Ivan, here we go, with the ever-present Trump dump random tweet threat? I would suppose not. I'll be right back. Well, man, they keep going. It looks like this 250 up here at about 25s is going to get tagged. Wow. Thanks, Antonio. This is exactly why I'm keeping my hand off the trading button here. Groggy and sleepy and not on top of it. The IB statistic is in the bag right here. Now comes the world famous IB continuation or IB failure. Well, one would have to imagine the IB continuation would be on the cards. However, I can think of 100 reasons why not. I think that's the problem with, or at least one of my bigger problems is analysis paralysis. Or overthinking it, or whatever the hell you want to call it. Whatever word rhymes with stupid. Smack the like button and just drop something in the chat so we know who's passing through here. I keep seeing views tick up and concurrent viewers and stuff like that, and looks like Antonio and I are just talking to ourselves here. Quite a big day. Quite a big day. And there we have the scale for the IB continuation. We've got this 200 lot sitting at a quarter. We're up here so high now you're going to get a nosebleed. Well, let's see. What do we got? 29C already today, Antonio. And for anybody who's here that's lurking and doesn't know, the IB statistic is, as defined in the pre-market, which is every morning at 8 o'clock. The IB high and low are simply the high or low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. They continue to move up in the case of the high and down in the case of the low with price for the first hour. The minute 9:30 comes by right here, they cease to move and the IB statistic becomes valid or active. And the IB statistic says that over 97.7% of the time, looking backwards over 2,000 days, the IB high or the IB low are exceeded by price in the balance of the RTH trading session. So, as expected with today's trade, if there's any question in your mind what the context is, there we have the IB 930. There's the IB statistics becomes active. And here we have the satisfaction the satisfaction of that statistic. The IB high was exceeded. Now comes a trade that we watch called the IB continuation trade, which is, as it sounds, test back and continue on, or the IB failure, which is test up, don't get any action, and come back down towards the middle. The IB failure is another way of saying a mean reversion trade. And in that thinking then, the IB failure, i.e. a mean reversion, is much more applicable in a balanced or rotational day, which we are absolutely not doing today. So the IB continuation would likely be the the trade to take. In my method of doing that, I need to see this test through the IB high. In other words, break out, retest, and then go on. And so that's where we are. That's where I am at this point. And the other guys who got in the market early, Antonio with his really sweet VWAP to VPOC trade, and then a bunch of points. Garrett, same story. Many other people in the various groups. That's great. Good for you. Here's a crazy Ivan and then a test and up, another one and up. We didn't come back and test the IB high. Now, this is a short day, right? The market is closing at noon. And I'm going to have to think long and hard about whether I scrub the day out or not. I can't imagine that I will, considering the fact that we put in an all-time high. Ooh, something I haven't looked at yet. And we are, as expected, volume is lower today. It's 94% of volume at this moment in time. Looking backwards. Delta divergence on crack, ATR, harmonic rotations, some statistics testing over here, the SPX, and this is open interest. You can't very well argue with what's happening here, can you? This is the micros. And the minis. Oops, I got to get back to the micros. These are the naked volume points of control. There you go. Yeah. Now, I will definitely be closed tomorrow and not stream. I'll probably watch the market, but I won't. I will not. Might stream just out of curiosity to see what the hell it's doing, but I will not be. I'll definitely scrub the holidays and the levels. I'm thinking about doing a ETH stream on a ongoing schedule like I do this one. I'm live every morning at 8 o'clock for the pre-market and all the news reporting and, analysis, and then the market open, and here in and out, not 100% of the time on the mic the entire day till 1500. Might do a ETH stream every day now. I'm thinking I am on watching it, so why not? Well, no IB test for the continuation. We've not migrated the VPOC outside of the IB yet. However, where are we here? Well, we're going to need about 67 and 105 contracts, whatever, up here somewhere. So we got a ways to go to get this epoch to migrate. Excuse me. Oh boy. $29C at the moment. $9:49 and 31 Central Standard Time. Our statistic is taken. And I suppose at that point would have been the just imagine that it's going to go up. And it would be scaled at this point, but not much more than that. At some point, they're going to, here's my overthinking probably, but at some point here, they're going to start taking profit. This thing closes in 3 hours, 2.5 hours. Who would want to be extremely long and extremely high going into this weekend, long holiday weekend, with the ever-present risk potential from some random tweet or whatever, you know? Hey, Richard. Good afternoon. Let's see, what time is it in London now? 15, it's about 1600, huh? Nice. Antonio was showing off here and took a nice trade this morning. VWAP to VPOC. As is as are a few other folks around, lurking around in the chat rooms and whatnot. And I did not, kind of groggy. Been one hell of a day up. New all-time highs times a bunch. The previous all-time high was 62.87, and we're trading it for the adjusted or the corrected contract, continuous contract, and we're trading 62.23 here. So, wow, wow. What is Portugal? Are you GMT +1? Or are you Antonio? Or I don't know. I've never been there, so I don't. Just keeping it in my head, it's probably GMT +1, I guess. Closest I ever got to that time zone was when I was living in Angola, which is basically just below you, I think. Yep. Nice trades all around. Nice trades all around. Early on. Some great VPOC migration trade. Got a crazy Ivan down here, and then away we go. Another one up here. One of the better snaps I saw was a reaction of Garrett where he took this VPOC migration and got stopped out. But rather than overthinking it and doing a bunch of things like I would most likely have done, he just immediately saw the VWAP to VPOC, jumped on it, and up she went. And that's per his snap. So this is not just hocus pocus, but rather the truth, right? There you go. You see, here was his long stop. Bam, jumped right on it. And scale and target. Very nice. So that's a 17 point move on the T2 after his scale. Excellent work. Excellent. Nice guy too, seems like. Try to never post anything that's just, conversation. Any kind of a screen snap or verification. And yeah. Now, in Tom's case on T-Lab, he doesn't post ever anything that's his stuff. So Ah, damn it. Why can't I move you up? There we go. Well, late to the party. I'm actually not late to the party. I've been standing here since I did get up late, and I don't know why or how that happened, but I did. After non-farm, actually, about 2 minutes after 7:30, so that's way late for me. I'm kind of groggy and fuzzy, and I'm perhaps it's rationalization, but in my trade plan, I don't just come walking into the market and start slapping on trades, or until I'm completely in tune with what's going on and feel like I'm up to speed, and still groggy and rubbing my eyes and stuff. So that's going to be my excuse for not taking these trades off that worked out so well for everybody else, and I'm really glad about that. But I got to figure out a way to be more proactive and less paralysis by analysis here. Mm. I'm amazed the tweet bombs haven't been flying, to be honest with you. Pretty amazed. Well, now Trump's envoy plans nuclear talks with Iran foreign ministry next week in Oslo. I thought last time I saw he wasn't going to have anything to do with them. That's the problem. It's not. Well, your opinion of the policies are, your opinions, and as are mine. But the lack of consistency, I think everybody will agree, is not a good thing. Now, this is not any kind of news that's happening here. Bostic is speaking, which is the Fed, talking Fed. So that's what I guess caused that little jump right there. I guess. Here's what Financial Juice has to say. These news sources that I use are free, as is obvious by this one, and yeah, it's delayed. Okay, by a minute or two. It doesn't affect me that much. And this is the one I've used for years, which is also free. And you can filter it for whatever you want, about a whole bunch of things. more so, you can filter this, which I have done, but under the financial juice. Yeah. Okay, yeah. That was the weird part about it. When I was living in KL, they don't do daylight savings. So, one time you were 8 hours, one time I was 8 hours, and the next time I was 9 or something. Not weird, but just had to remember it. Well, well, well. I am going to leave this stream in my data. Not that I think either one of you or anybody else here uses that data or these levels because of the all-time highs. But I will scrub today and tomorrow. I mean, this tomorrow and Friday, because it's if I'm right, it's a holiday again. So Thursday and Friday. Wow, 4-day holiday. Pretty snazzy. And this time I got I got equities instead of energy. Thanks for the heads up there, Antonio. Jesus. The old guys are fun to watch, right? Okay, here we go. Some more. Up, 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 up and away. To the moon, Alice. And I'm sitting here. My wife just brought in a plate of fresh made biscotte. She's killing me. I think she's got a plan to, kill me by overeating. Joke's on her, no life insurance. Yeah, great lady. Great lady. Well, crap. Not even a think about the IB test again. So, that would have been 6 points at this so far now and still going. We've got basically $1.70 or $1.80 up here at the 30s. What the hell else is going on here? We got any more giant liquidity up here? Well, we got another $1.50 at the 40s. I don't know whatever happened to 500 guy. I guess he's sleeping in today or something. She, it, whatever. Well, oh, okie dokie. Take care, Antonio. Have a good one. Damn. The slow grind up. Well, and here we have another VPOC migration. Now, we've slowed down a lot in the upward movement here. We've got about an hour and a half or two. No, hour and a half left. We haven't tested the IB high again. I would want to see this come back down in here before I would take a long again for more upside, in just my opinion. I think it's a little pretty late in the game. I'm definitely trading up, though. There's no question about that. Keep moving that. They keep moving that value higher. The traders. Well, and maybe they're going to continue on. You know, who the hell knows? This is an outlier kind of a day, in my opinion. New all-time highs on a half day, short day, ahead of a holiday. Strange day. Yeah. The opportunities were back here where obviously there was directional movement with a vengeance, right? Not so much anymore up here. They're starting to go, whoa, wait a minute, it's 10:30, 11:30, 12, the market closes. I think it's 12 or is it 12:30? I don't remember now. 12 o'clock. 12:15. Call me a liar. So here's our close today. Tomorrow, again, same story. I'm not going to be doing this tomorrow. I may stream just for the hell of it, but I won't be. I will have scrubbed the data. Scrubbed holiday data. Excuse me. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Look at this TopStep X. Look at the MNQ here. Holy crap. And this is the RTH session. This is the non-farm payroll over here. So, you know, go along the open at 35s and you're up at 66. That's 150 points or more. My. It's just essentially the same as we got over here. It looks a lot more dramatic on that 5-minute chart than it does here on the Rincos, right? Same numbers though. Basically 32 to 67, 32 to 62. But remember that there's another 100 in there. It's not 30, it's 130 points. Definitely have a uptrending VWAP, both RTH and Globex. The mid is down here. Look at these toothy mess with no volume around here. Wow. No even remote indication of wanting to close the gap. This will be our new all-time high. Ooh, another VPOC migration. Did test lower. Now, this would be considered a valid entry for the VPOC migration where we test lower and don't get anywhere, and then up we come. So this is 22 to 27. There's 5 handles. That's a valid trade. You're scaled, your helmet on, and looking for higher ground, which is definitely in alignment with context and probably the right thing to do. Test it right down to this low volume area. Weren't interested, and away we go. We've just got one fractal or distribution after the other going up here. Well, well, well. I should just admit that I'm not in the mood to be trading here, I guess, or in the right frame of mind, because I've missed every one of these freaking triggers along the way, including this one. This was a valid test of the V or the IB high, as I mentioned earlier, and it's traded up through the scale and looking for higher ground. How much further up that's going to go and for how long, I don't know. Got an hour and a half left, right? Well, an hour and 45 minutes. Here we go. They're trying to get through those 63s, and that so far the trade has been the migrating VPOC, obviously. Ooh, 41. I got to remember to wake up the sleeping princess over here. Well, they traded through the 30s. Yeah, disappointed about that.
Okay, here we go. Now I get to typing and thinking and forget to say anything. That would be nice to have some interaction. If you're going through the room, the chat, slap something, smack a thumbs up. That doesn't cost anything. And subscribe if you could. That'd be a big help. And by all means, drop something in the chat so that poor old Antonio and Richard and I are just not lonesome over here. Perspective is everything, isn't it? Look at this. Look at this move. Here's the non-farm. So this is just the RTH session for the MNQ. Current session, 5-minute chart. TopStep X. And then look at the same exact data right here. Now, this doesn't have the ETH. This has been weeded out. This is RTH only, so that non-farm is not visible in this gap area, but it doesn't look nearly as dramatic here, does it, in this measured move up of the Rincos until the IB high? And then the IB stat was taken out. Test below, and up we go. Interesting. Perspective means everything, I think.
kind of disappointed. Well, I'm disappointed in not taking a number of these trades today. Well, what did we have that really were stellar? Well, first of all, IB VPOC migrations. You know, there's one, there's one, there's one, there's one. We had an IB statistic out, and I guess if you squint hard enough, you could say that this was an IB continuation. It didn't even get back to it, which is part of my criteria for a test. You know, it's got to go through there and look for any stops below it. Antonio took this VWAP to VPOC trade, which was also good. And from then on, this thing has been migrating VPO, you know, migrating volume points of control all the way up. A trade that we laugh about because it's probably the first trade that I and several others I know have tried to vet or have started to vet because it's such an obvious setup. How can you miss the yellow brick road, right? But in a typical environment where it's much more rotational than a day like this, it's real easy to get hammered. For example, right here. Here is a VPOC migration. Tested down here, so you think, okay, I'm going long and looking for up, and bam, you get stopped out. And this actually happened to a fellow in a static. However, he was fast enough and calm enough and experienced enough to go, okay, stop, and then, oh wait, here's the VWAP to VPOC, boom, and away he went. And then he took his profits. That's the difference in a professional trader and a emotional one. I think these are all. And remember, this is my journal, so these are and I'm narrating my thoughts, and that is a thought. I was really looking for this, a test of the IBC, several places along here, and then here we had another VPOC migration. So even without the IB, this would have been a qualified trade, 22 to 30. So you're up 8 points. Scaled and helmet, that's the whole secret, I believe. And the theme of the whole thread, which is risk neutral futures trading, and that is the whole premise here, is to use a risk neutral trade management system. And here was your test. Here's the VPOC migration. Test lower, doesn't go anyplace. You're long. Your scale. Now you're risk neutral. Put on your helmet, put your feet up, and the worst that can possibly happen to you is a scratch, which is just fine. And up you go. Then you're looking for your targets, depending on how you have configured those and how many contracts you've got on. And we're sneaking closer and closer to the witching hour here. Remember, the market closes at 12:15 Central Standard Time. This is the day before the 4th of July. I'm hoping that we're going to get out of this without any crazy random snaps or tweets or anything. I'm sure that the administration are on an all-time high, no pun intended, with the market making an all-time high. Incidentally, the all-time high was taken out. The previous all-time high at 75 was taken out in the ETH period. And if you listen to the pre-market, analysis, that had about a 0% chance of lasting because the RTH guys do not like highs or lows or any kind of focused targets like that to remain the domain of the ETH traders. So there was no question in my mind we were going to take out that high, that overnight high, all-time high, and we have by a bunch. You know, we're damn near up to 70%, 70 handles above it now. Here was our previous, well, there you go. Here was our previous ETH high at 87. I think I said 77, sorry, 87. And here we are. So basically 40, 50 handled above it. And quite a methodical, measured moves. No drastic weirdness or, Trump dumps or tweet bombs or whatever you want to call this stuff that we've been subjected to, the abuse we've been subjected to by the tweets and comments and stuff that are not regularly scheduled potential disruptors of the auction, and the inconsistency on policy and procedure, that's added to the volatility, absolutely. Again, these expected moves are input by me in the market at 1700 the day before yesterday. And we just marched right up there and took it out without any problem at all. So that's an interesting one. Here's another one. Let me see what this is all about. See how this worked out. Well, keep your eye on 63.55 quarter. That could become relevant pretty darn quick. I think we'll run out of gas. And I think we'll run out of trading time before that happens. But you see this gold line up here is the balance area. Something to notice is that this profile is flat as a board on the top. There's no excess up there. That guy that was sitting out there with a couple hundred of them at 30 has kind of slowed the ball down a little bit here, it would seem. Where are we? So views keep ticking up, and I don't see anybody thumbing up or dropping something in the chat. Do that. Doesn't cost anything. Helps the channel. And I'm curious. Whatever. Just mind daddy and do it. click thumbs up and subscribe, and you know. It's the a short holiday. Remember, it is the 4th of July tomorrow in America, which is the big holiday, Independence Day. With any luck at all, it won't be the last one. And market closes at 12:15 Central Standard Time today. We are currently 11:07 Central Standard Time. So there's that. I will not be streaming, or at least I will have my charts and my data scrubbed. I'm going to leave. Typically, I would always scrub these half days. But given the fact that we've had such a dramatic move and pushed our all-time highs for the continuous contract on the ES, etc., I am going to leave this half-day extravaganza in the in the data set. But I will scrub tomorrow and be back with normal everything at 1700 on Sunday night when the markets reopen. It's 30 degrees over here. '87 Fahrenheit for those of you who prefer to accuse the band of being everybody in the band's out of step but me. Kind of a deal, you know? I was actually surprised the first time I guess you're still around here, Richard. I was surprised the first time I went to England and realized that they don't do kilometers and stuff. They do miles. I was surprised about that. 11, and I already did. I mean, you can check. Poke your head in there and check. I do. The boss is giving me orders here now. Got to toe the line. We're going to get that 63.55 quarter at some point in the not too distant future. Probably not today, but mark my words. Mark my words. I anticipate that. First of all, in the markets, trading, if you want to approach trading as a consistently profitable business rather than a video game or whatever else, you need to realize that this is a random market, a random environment. and that it is a statistical fact that the outcome of the next trade you do is 50-50. And that's a statistical fact. And if, just to highlight that point, there's a saying that you hear 1,000 times a day, probably, or read and never really pay attention to. And it says, historical performance is not indicative of future results. And that is a way of saying a statistical fact. It doesn't matter how many previous occurrences of a data set you have with one outcome. They could be a random distribution or not. The outcome of the next instance of a binary system is 50-50, and this is binary. It's going to go up or it's going to go down. That's the only two ways the market can move. So once you've established that and come to peace with it, the thing to do, and this is what I believe to be the case, and not what I believe from my own introspection, but from the likes of the best traders and hedge fund managers in the world, you need to identify a setup which is obvious to you and which you think has merit, and then establish the criteria would justify taking or entering that trade. And away from the live markets with your backtesting software or Excel or however you do it, capture as many instances or occurrences of that trade and that setup as you can. Then, mathematically, establish whether that has a positive expectancy or edge or probability or whatever one of those words you want to use there. They're all interchangeable, basically. And if it does so, if it does have a positive edge, in the live market, you take that trade every time it presents itself and rely on the law of large numbers to manifest the percentage of edge to your bank account. Jim Simmons, Ray Dalio, Paul Tudor Jones, Tom Sosnoff, Mark Douglas, Trader Tom, pick one. Any successful trader, you go listen to what they have to say and listen to enough, speeches or whatever you want to call them, it'll come around to that. They all realize that it is a market, it is a random environment, and it is a business of probabilities. Also, if it sounds familiar to you, it is the exact business model as a casino. They play no game on the casino floor which they have not pre-identified specific rules and an edge. Then on the casino floor, their only mission in life is to play that game as many times as they can to get as many occurrences as they can, because they know that the law of large numbers will manifest that edge to their side of the table. They know gamblers will win. We know we'll take stops. When a gambler wins, pit boss doesn't come over and shoot the dealer or, whatever else, change all the rules. No. They go, well, here you go, Screedle, have another drink, and then they just deal the next hand or spin their wheel the next time, whatever. And there are a few things that are important to recognize here. When you determine your setup and your criteria, it has got to be identical. You can't have 12 tick stop this time and 15 tick stop the next time and a 5 tick stop this time and whatever else, different profit targets. They have to be the same. Otherwise, the statistic is not, those instances are not part of the same statistical data set. And you want to have a statistically significant data set. So that's how you do it. Another thing that's important is that, what are we going to do here? We're going to test back down. You do that away from the market, and then you trade it when you're back in front of the market. And that's exactly how a casino works and how the best traders in the world have recognized the business of trading. And you have to have, the rules have to be consistent, the parameters have to be consistent, and that's what you do. That is the approach that I believe, have realized, and has been confirmed to me by the best traders in the world. So now, eating your own dog food is a different story. Intellectually, I understand all that stuff. I still have a problem taking a stop. There's something about losing in the back of my monkey mind, that doesn't want to do that. And that I struggle with that. And that is that gives way to my paralysis by analysis. And that's got nothing to do with the fact that it is a random market and that it is a statistic. The way to be successful is statistically. And that's the way to approach trading as a business. That's actually the Holy Grail. There you go. Merry Christmas. Happy 4th of July. That is the way to do it. And I work real hard at trying to do that through various means. For example, I'll show you. Working on a back test here. This is IRT. This is the code set up for opening range trade. And then it picks these parameters up that I can change. Over here, I can either graph them like this, or I can, let's make sure we get the back test. Let's look back 20 days and okay, and then we can back test it. And these would be the parameters. Looking back over 20 days with these parameters for an opening swing trade on the ES. It's $2,700, $900 from longs, and $1,800 from shorts. 12 trades. 4 of them are long, 8 of them are short. And the way I do, and then there's all the other, statistics that come along with it. That maximum favorable, excursion, and adverse, and all these things. Here are the short. Here's the short version, and the thing that I want to be sure and look at first is the losing trades, because this reflects the stop. This is only for one contract, by the way. Okay, so this reflects the stop. If I've chosen 12 ticks stop on one contract, that's unfortunately this doesn't work in terms of what happened to my thing here. It doesn't work in terms of, God damn it. IRT gives me shit sometimes. I'm sorry. It doesn't work in terms of ticks. It works in dollars. It should. But anyway, it's quite obvious. One contract, 12 tick loss or stop is $150. It's 12 ticks. So that tells me that it's doing everything right as far as the math is concerned. And then if you want to get really into the weeds, you can come down here and look at exactly every trade. The entry type, the time, the amount, short, cover, all those things. That's a back test, and you do that away from the market hours, and then to come in and trade it. Here's another one. Now this is a test of the IB failure. And this uses 2 contracts, uses a risk neutral scale and a runner, as I normally do in my normal day trading. And let's go back and look at 20 days here and see what the hell happens. I don't know. I'm doing this for the first time with you guys. Wait, was it the right contract? Let's make sure. Yes, yep, okay. And let's back test it. Okay, 20 days. This back test, $8,300. Longs, shorts, all that stuff. This is an IB failure, and then you have to look at these rules about how the entry goes and how the entry of a short would go. These would be the rules. these are the rules for a long entry of the IB failure. And you set this stuff up with RTL language, and what this says is the low less than the IB low, and the low back one candle back less than the IB low, and the position is greater than 60 minutes from the opening candle, which means that it is a IB has been set, the statistic. In other words, it's the first 1 hour, and it's less than a few minutes before the close, and then you set the entry type and the stop and the target and a couple of flags to make sure you get in and out with your scales, and that's how it works. And then it's a 2 contracts, right? So the stop is correct. 12-tick stop, 2 contracts is $300. So I know that that's a sanity check for me. And no comments about my sanity. And again, here are the trades. Pretty cool, huh? This has got a problem. Whenever I see this, I know that that's not right. Or it always causes me to look. So that's how you backtest. Now, after you have done that, and you know that you have that data, you've vetted that trade. Now, there's different ways to approach that. Rod and some guys, they do a more different approach, which is more like this. Let's see here. More like this. Well, so many occurrences over so many days. We had this 99% probability that happened, which is essentially what they are essentially doing is what we do with the statistics for the opening type. They're looking back at a number of days. They don't have the parameter of the opening type, but the parameter might be that the IB has migrated outside the VPOC, the VPOC has migrated outside the IB, which coincidentally has just happened right over here. So we just had this VPOC migrate outside the IB, and there's a very definite statistic that is a long trigger, and there it was. And I'm busy talking here and not trading. Stupid. But you get the point. And this has been determined, this statistic is proven to be the case. When the VPOC is outside of the IB by 3 points, and it is not quite here, 3 points, then that qualifies as a long or a short, whichever way you want to go, as a trade entry. And there you are. It would have worked out. So you got 23 to 31. There's 7 points. You're scaled at 3 points, 12 ticks, and your runner is holding on. That is trading statistically and what I believe to be the correct approach. Now, back to the eat your dog food. First, I'm busy talking here on the stream and pointing out backtesting, and I missed this part. That's pretty dumb, isn't it? Crazy Ivan over here. This is some time ago, mind you. It did not get down to the IB, and was my thinking. I've talked about this earlier in the stream. When we're this close to a major level, and these are kind of two things at the same time, right? This is an IB statistic, which was taken out right here at 936. So now the IB stat has been satisfied. Typically, to determine whether it's an IB continuation or an IB failure, you want to see it test through there to this liquidity that's living down here. and see if they go up or down. Didn't do that. But in conjunction with that IB was the VPOC migration. So it's like everything else, you know, if it were so cut and dried. That's why coding, these people, I'm not talking about institutional algorithms, you know, algo machines which have PhD coders, a whole, you know, 50 of them working on code. I'm talking about, you know, you, me, and Bud Schnorf that are going to code up something on NinjaTrader or something to make money. Trading, in my opinion, is so discretionary. Even something as simple as the IB statistic, okay? There's no question about the fact that this statistic was taken out right here, and it is now an active situation, whether it will be an IBC or an IBF, continuation or failure. But here comes the discretion. How do we determine if this is good enough to take the continuation? I should have recognized the fact that this is me talking right now. I should have recognized that the VPOC migration in conjunction with this was good enough, rather than looking for this test down to this liquidity. Typically, my vetted trade says I want to see it test through the level and preferably to the liquidity or this high volume, you know, this consolidation over here, and then up we go. So these are just things to think about. I'm just talking while we got about 45 or about 30 minutes or less to go here, 40 minutes to go in the day. But there you go. Those are my thoughts. And I realize that a lot of people that are out there that come by these kind of live streams are not interested in any of that theory. They just want to have somebody go go long here, go short there, and away you go. And I guess there's nothing wrong with that either. But I think at some point, if you're going to do this as a business to support yourself rather than a video game or a passing fancy, you need to get a little more into the weeds. I believe. I don't believe, I know that. You know. And I'm not one of these people that think you need to have 10,000 indicators, and I don't think any of that stuff really does you a lot of good. Most of them are all backward looking, and I also want to always be careful and am very aware of the fact that I'm not interested in being an internet guru and rear view mirror trading, which is the stock and trade of the majority of them. That's why I trade live, on stream, 100% accountable and transparent. Win, lose, or draw, or don't trade, which is unfortunate. And that might have something to do with why I'm a little more hesitant about overanalyzing, is because nobody likes to be a dumbass in public. Well, at least most people don't. And I'm guessing at the top of this, I think we're going to run out of gas here. But this very definitely no excess here. This is a pretty poor looking profile. And I would, definitely imagine that we're going to get up to that 55 quarter before too long. Maybe not today. Pretty quick. I'm amazed we haven't been tweet bombed, to be honest with you. What happened? Every time I go out, and it's a joke here with Antonio and Richard and I, actually, that every time I leave, something happens. I tell them to get their trading spurs on because I'm getting ready to go fill my water bottle or something. Sure as hell, usually. I'm really impressed with Garrett's quick reaction time and calm reaction to a stop over here. And I can show you that snap if you don't want to believe me, I think. Wait a minute. Nobody move. Well, so here go is different colors, right? Here's his POC migration, and he got a little excited and went along right there, perfectly fine. Pulls back and stops out right there. Doesn't panic, doesn't freak out. And in literally the next couple of seconds, gets long right here. It stops, using bracket orders the entire time. Doesn't move anything, gets long. There's his risk neutral scale, and there's his target. And his target moved up from here. And he put it up above whatever he calls this purple thing, the IB high, and then got a little nervous about the IB high, which is a good idea in this big liquidity to come just under it. Tom has saying leave a few ticks for the sweeper, right? There you go. Wonderful trade. And that's important. It's important to, when I talk about things, and I believe it's important, it's not rearview mirror trading. That is a screen snap of the guy's actual trade. And when I trade live, and I only trade live here on the stream, so real live trading. This is a TopStep evaluation account. And the idea, which I talk about in the pre-market, is, and the pre-market starts at 8. The idea is to illustrate how you can start with an evaluation, go through the express funded, and then hopefully, and then onto the live accounts. That's what I'm documenting here. But it's not one of those I'm, in the hole $1,500 and then miraculously tomorrow morning when I log on, the balance is up, positive. And, oh, yeah, well, I got all that back yesterday afternoon after the stream. That's bullshit. That's why my stream goes from 8 o'clock in the morning through and at least the cash close at 1,500, because I take no trades off the stream. And actually, when I started a year or two ago, I shut the stream off after a couple hours, thinking that was the right thing to do. And then I would come back in the office or still be standing here, and here was an opportunity present itself, which I would not take. And because I wasn't, I couldn't get a stream up and going quick enough and all that. So I made a note to myself right then that the stream would go from 8 o'clock in the morning until the cash close every day, every trading day. And I am pretty much inclined now that I'm going to do a short stream, a slow markets or a night moves or whatever you want to call it, of the ETH each evening. So we'll see how that works out. And if you, hit a like, subscribe if you want to be able to see these recorded trades. What I do is I have a system which does chapter titles and timestamps, and then at the end of the trading day, when the stream is closed, I update that definition of the stream with those timestamps and the timeline, and then all of that is there for review. And there you go. Oh, look at the little girl go by. Here we go, higher ground. They're getting all excited now because we've got about 30 minutes left in the day. Remember, this is a holiday. This is the 4th of July holiday weekend. And here, from the CME is the holiday schedule for the Independence Day. Equities. We close at 12:15 today. I will not be doing any of this open stuff. And tomorrow they'll close again at 12. So this half day is good luck. You know, if they want to have some sort of magic with it today, that's great. And tomorrow, that's up to them. But I'm not going to be part of it. And we're breaking out. We are breaking out. Not by much, but by some. Remember my pointing out that 63.55 quarter as a potential target up there. Boy, we blew by the expected move in a big hurry. I was at 63.09 half. Those expected moves are entered in there at, are put on the charts at 1700 the night before. Pretty disappointed in myself today, which is not unusual. These kind of days when the market is clear to me and I articulate, I mean, I have evidence of that in this stream, right? That's the point of it. That I've articulated these moves in real time and pointed out these opportunities in real time, but haven't taken advantage of them myself, which harkens back to the trade don't talk saying, 15 minutes. 15 minutes. 30 minutes. I keep thinking it's going to shut down, close it at 12 o'clock. It's 12:15.
The market is closed.
Will impact me one way or the other, but I would certainly not be jumping on something at this point. Ooh, another VPOC migration. My, look at this. There you go. How many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, it's only 5 in the entire session. That's not so many. Well, in the entire abbreviated session. Would I entertain the idea of a VPOC migration at this point? Nope. Take care, Richard. Have a good one. Hey, Richard, you got any idea that a good source for stream background music? You know, I realize you got to pay for it. I've been looking at a couple of 3. I forgot to pick up the name of the one Dakota was using. I had the name written down someplace. I know you got a subscribe or whatever, but Epidemic, I was looking at that. It seems pretty confusing. Yeah, if you happen to know of anything, throw it in the chat or hear of any. I think the dead air and just the quiet time is tough on me. And yes, definitely have a good long weekend. Well, you're not having a long weekend, I guess. We are. You'll have a good trading long weekend, though. You're probably aware of Trader Tom, I suppose, Tom Hogarden, he trades a lot of DAX and stuff from your part of the world there, FTSE and DAX, and he also covers my phone up with notifications and stuff. He's got both Telegram and YouTube. He's the guy that wrote the Best Loser Wins books that everybody talking about now. Seems like it got real popular all of a sudden. Have a good one, though, in any case, and thanks for dropping by. Yeah. Yeah, I know they don't do anything over there music wise, but yeah. Yeah, Tom is a pretty big. A lot of people like that book. It's there's a audio book of it floating around YouTube somewhere, and several streams of his, which I'm sure you know. Okie dokie. Well, 51. 9 minutes to the top of the hour. And then the close at 12:15. Boom, right back to the price check at aisle 3, as Tom would call it. Now, this is where you took a VPOC migration, turned out to be a crazy Ivan, and stop out time. Once again, I would definitely not entertain any entries at this point in the day and the overall conditions. You would have to kind of wonder, actually, having said that, who would want to be long going into a long weekend after this big blowout to the top? I would suppose somebody be taking profit. I guess here they go. And that brings us back to the question of longs and shorts and, important to remember that it is I think it's important to remember. So here we are at a VPOC, but no, it is the RTH, you see. And this is the Globex. Mid RTH. Liquidity's been living down here for a long time. Boy, since here. Since 9/18. 213 living down there at 15. Wow, look at there. Boop, boop. I didn't put this little guy in here. I guess I better do my job. That's why I don't get paid the big bucks anymore. Well, there we go. No, we didn't go. It's only 55. I get tricked by this damn active data column line here thinking it's a time marker, which is actually down there at the bottom. Never mind. Never mind. All right, so we're getting ready to wind this baby down. And I'm still live. Okay. I will end the stream here at market close 12:15, or maybe a little scooch ahead. Just dealing with somebody freaking out because they couldn't. TopStep was not letting them enter along. And I pointed out that the market was closing in 10 minutes and that you can never, they always have you flat and no more entries from like 15.10 or 15 quarter, I think, when the market closes at 1600. And that's, I think, pretty normal. But the fella had not remembered that today was a holiday. He was expecting that it was going to trade up to 1600. So there you go. I don't know how the hell somebody would not know that. And I'm pretty sure the guy lives in, I may be wrong. He may not be living in the States. That would be then perfectly understandable. Anyway, here we go. Now, no stream tonight, obviously, or this afternoon, or tomorrow. So, in all reality, then, have a great long holiday. I will scrub the data. I'll leave this data in my IRT stuff so that these levels will be pushed. Because of the all-time high. Otherwise, I would scrub them as I always do. Tomorrow will be scrubbed. I will not have the overnight and abbreviated trade session in the morning. So a few seconds here till the close. I'll wait till the data drops away and then shut her down. Shut it down. What else is going on over here? Let's just have a look around the mulberry patch here. What do we got in our news? Zippity flippin' doodah, and that's a good thing. No tweet bombs, thanks very much. That was considerate. Yeah, there you go. Here we are. P-shaped profile, again, indicative of short covering. Not sure how many shorts are going to cover here. Here's the all-time high. I guess you could say that somebody was short from somewhere, but they're covering up here is the idea. That's the thinking, that some of these shorts had bigger balls and they didn't get shaken out so easy. Or these. This is the world famous let's give everybody tariffs day. And so they squeezed them out. We didn't even remotely think about closing this gap. We have a new all-time high. Here was our previous all-time high with the corrected contract or the continuous contract. And what does the market do? Well, if you are a T-Lab guy or anybody else, doesn't show that yet. Man. Well, what's the market do? It goes up to go down, goes up to go down, goes up to go down, goes up. And what should we expect to go down, right? That's a function of how the market operates. It is a zero-sum environment or game, whatever you want to call it. Every time somebody buys, somebody sells. It is a contract. It's not a pool of stocks that can be purchased or not purchased. It's a really, in my opinion, it is a sign of real ignorance for somebody to say that the market went down because there were more sellers than buyers. That is in futures. That is a really uneducated and uninformed thing to say. And I think if you are a person streaming or in some sort of a position of authority, that's real bad to put that out to people that are looking to you for information. Futures are traded in contracts. There is a buyer for every seller and vice versa. Every one of these contracts that has been bought up here, whether it's short covering or not, have been sold by somebody else. Whether it's a market maker, whether it's Joe Shit the ragman, the next door neighbor, whoever it is. And how would that entity get whole on that short, on that sale, or make money on that sale? Well, if it goes up, the other side of the trade is selling. And how do they make money? Buy. They sell them off, right? They take it down. And when they take them down, all the people that were short or stops over here, primarily it runs off of stops and stop covering. All these stops that buy all this way down or sell on the other's hand, they get long all the way up and they get short all the way down or sell all the way down. And for all these people that are selling, Who's taking the other side of that trade? And how does that person on the other side, or that entity on the other side of the trade, profit? It goes up. The market goes up to go down and goes down to go up. Case closed. And with that, boys and girls, happy 4th of July. If you're lighting firecrackers, don't blow your fingers off. If you're, I will not be streaming and I'll scrub the data from this afternoon's open at 1700 through tomorrow at, I think it's 1200 or something, or 12. All right. That's the end of that. All the best. Happy 4th of July, 2025.